This one does. All right, we're back up. Twitch, everything works better, and it's, it works better. However, I think exposure on Twitch is a lot less than YouTube. So I think a strong YouTube community is can get larger. Okay, I saw Maddie. I saw the exposed D's nuts. Okay. Was that the only message you sent, Maddie? The exposed D's nuts? So Twitch is, I think, obviously the better just interface for everybody. For live streaming. It just doesn't have the community size. Or potentiality. Alright, I've seen one YouTube message. If you're on YouTube right now, please send messages. I will respond to all of them. All you need is love. I've still only seen one message. If anybody's sent anything else on YouTube. All you need is love, love. All you need is love. I really don't want to have a stream where I can't fucking chat with people on YouTube. What is ATP? Is that attempted? So I've only gotten one from Maddie, huh? Thank you, Omizu. Yeah, I haven't seen any of yours, Omizu. If you are, like, if you're serious. Which I think you are. Hold on. Let's see if there's anything else I could do. Just straight up, like, just not working. Oh, at this point, okay. Why am I not seeing YouTube chats? And why is... like, just everything annoying right now? Okay. Yeah, no, I took my red pill. You know, I watched my Andrew Tate stream. You know, everything was seeming like it was going to be a good day. Why did I see your message? If you're on YouTube, I'm sorry right now, it's not sending me chats, everybody. And I don't know what's causing it. Hi, Nordic. Nordic, are you sabotaging my YouTubes right now? I'm being sabotaged by the deep state. Oh, wait. All right, Omizu. I got something from Omizu. I got something from Omizu. I got a hi from Omizu. Oh, is it that setting? I wonder if it's a setting I changed. I didn't think it could affect this, but... I got a hi from Amizu. Okay, wait. I got one from Maddie. I got set D's nuts. Was that just new, Maddie? Can you say normal stuff, Maddie, so I don't have to click show? Okay, I got that. Ugh. Okay, wait. Maybe it's working now. Here, all right, I got that emote from Omizu. Okay. All right, we've gotten some chats now. We got some chats rolling in. This was all a big con to get engagement up, okay? All right, our palette is titanium white, lead white, bismuth vanadate, yellow lemon, pyrrole red, quinacridone magenta. Can't see this, ultramarine blue, phthalo blue, burnt umber, ivory black. And now we just need some oleo gel. All right, anyone in YouTube, can you write oleo gel or just gel? Just write gel. Let's see how many of those I get. Can you write gel as soon as you hear this? Okay, I haven't seen any yet. I haven't seen any. Jonathan doing his... No, it's not Ultra Mod, I don't think, Amizu. There's only one setting that I really changed. But it's like not showing me, but it is recognizing a chat rate. I didn't see you say gel, no. Which one am I on? The horizontal. Okay, I changed that back. Aloof streamer mode, true. All right, I changed that one setting back to where it was at. I don't know if keyframe interval would affect this. Okay, I just got something from Omizu. Omizu, I just got you pointing to a skull like this. I do fear you, Nordic. You're terrifying. Is chat linked to keyframes, everybody? I got a boink. All right. If you're on YouTube's, type gel again. Just gel. Still haven't gotten anything. You are terrifying, Nordic. you scare me. Okay, still nothing. This is really frustrating. I love not being able to chat. So far, well, I got your said hi, Omizu, and then I got your 2 emote things from you. But Maddie, I got words from. Should I restart the stream again? I got that emote. Alright, I got emotes. Got emotes. Getting emotes. I got the game over. Why would it... Do you want timestamps? I got the hola from Claire Jones. I said I got the set high. Am I just on a massive delay? Mud, I just got said hi. Mud, how long ago did you say that? And meatballs? I would think there'd be some pickles in there too, Sparkle. I got the hola from Claire Jones. Is it a community moderation thing that changed? Alright, let's just try this. I'm getting emotes. Getting emotes. Possibly lingonberries, but no pickles, even though I really liked... I thought pickles were a staple of Nordic Nordic living. Alright, I got the 676767. I just turned off moderation, everybody. Should I restart the YouTube God, should I restart it again? Hi, yeah, I got that from Pickles, or Claire Jones. Yeah, but I thought to get through the winters, you all needed pickles. I do want to start painting, though. See everyone's messages. So you can see the stuff I can't see, Omizu? There's no delay either. So the last one I saw was hi, yeah, or yeah, from Claire Jones. It says 507 for me. It deletes most of your messages. Where is that setting? Like, I have community moderation, but that takes me to... Set a top chat, maybe switch to all chat. Like YouTube, instead of top chat, maybe switch to all. Cancel. Let's go back. Okay, I have it on live chat now. I was on top chat. Okay. All right. I just switched it to... I was on, like, top chat or whatever, and I did switch it to live chat. Oh, interesting, Yambari. I get the high, yeah. Hi. All right, everybody write gel. Everybody write gel. Right now, if you don't mind. Gel. Okay, I'm not getting any of these. Yeah, I'm not getting any of them. Is that... What a bunch of fucking horseshit. So that's a YouTube thing, not a me thing, huh? I got pie. I got the pie from Mimizu. I got klepto. So if you do anything more than one word... Well, we got the hi. Well, that really sucks. No, I'm not seeing any of them, Pickles. Well, it sounds like, according to that Reddit post from Yambari put up, it's this is all within hours, and apparently it's happening to a ton of people. It's not related to ad blocker. Same with mobile. It recognizes the emojis essentially in YouTube. Says, like, people are saying only emojis and numbers. Okay. All right, so this is a YouTube issue. It's a YouTube issue, everybody. Yeah. If you want to chat and you're on YouTube, please come to Twitch. ¿Por qué no los dos? I saw that, Pickle. I mean, Maddie. I saw that, Maddie. Maybe, yeah, English. Here, try something else in Spanish, like, huevos con jamón. Te amo, I got that from Claire Jones. Yatame mon ami. Okay, we got that. Yeah, huevos con jamón. That means, hi, how are you? Okay, Nordic. Nous avons. J'attends mon ami. Bad Bunny's Revenge. Listen, I'm very, very frugal in Spanish, okay? That too, yep. And I can understand all languages, so this works. I can do this. Don't you boo me, Kaylan. Okay. Don't you boo me, you son of a bitch. Yo soy Granada. All right.
Boo this man!
That means my dumplings are cold. Okay. Don't you? Okay, Omizu. Don't boo me through YouTube, and don't you boo me again, Kaylan. French and Spanish is fine. That's so weird. All right, I'm gonna have to learn Spanish and French now. Ah! Kaylan. Well, I got a comment on a nope. Okay. Hamendasa, the bord det inte vera nagra problem för dig att första det inte sant badly. How was that? How was that accent? Buchans. I got oleo gel. Okay, I got oleo gel, Maddie. This testing is kind of funny. Maybe Jaman or Dasha. Maybe Dasha. The Borg. I don't know. I'm just making up that accent and pronunciation as I go. Perhaps you should keep the English like for. Shut up. My Spanish is perfect. Sagrada de los culos. What does that mean in German? All right. Well, we get to basically lose a YouTube stream. That's always good. That's good when you're trying to get YouTube subscribers, everybody. Sacred butts. So this mask moved around a little bit. Guten Abend. Sorry, Amy, we don't allow English in the YouTube chat. Your Deutsch sucht gut. I know. I know, I'm very masculine. I'm doing all right, Carlos. How you doing? YouTube's being a dick right now. Yeah, YouTube chat is borked. Yeah, that's what we're finding out. Off Wiedersehen, Amy Jo. I will not stop pouting, okay? Have you learned anything about me, Nordic? When I don't get my way, I cry because I'm super masculine, okay? I know. We gotta get this mask right. We need this greened up. Yeah. YouTube is, I'm guessing that says, "Where is the banyo?" in Japanese, Omizu.
Fucker.
I'm not a fucker, you're a fucker, Sashi. I typed in German and then lost the chat box on YouTube. Yeah, the YouTube chat has been fucked, but apparently with foreign languages, it's like, it's been working better. But still, you know, even though I am pentalingual and can understand every language, it's still not really, doesn't really work for me. I also, everybody, I thought of a way to use my excess paint. I thought of a way to use some of my excess paint. Not every single time, but I found a way to be more useful. I know, who needs them pickles? So if you don't like me throwing out your paint, you're in luck for at least a few streams. Butt lube? Nope. So you remember how I painted that background, Pickles, at the end of last stream? I painted this. Well, we're gonna do that some more. So So I'm gonna paint a few more of these canvas sheets in colors to use as backgrounds for still lifes. That's my plan. Yep. That needs to come out a bit farther. Hi, Omizu. I got that. Whatever, you sent that fucking shit. Oh. I think that needs to go to the left a little bit. There's like a roundness here that I keep on fucking up. I keep on going back and forth on. So if you're on YouTube right now and you can't chat, go to Twitch. But still subscribe to the YouTube, okay? We need both. Okay? We need both, everybody. Remember, I'm a sad and desperate man. I am a sad and desperate man with no future. Okay. Sashi, how are you? What's new? Yeah, it seemed like none of them, Maddie. Thank you for your help, by the way, on helping me figure out that it's not a me thing. None of them. Well, I saw gel. I just saw gel and oleo gel. Okay, wait, sorry. I saw gel and oleo gel. That's it, Maddie. With some of those, I believe, Japanese characters. I've seen those too. It doesn't seem like anything we can fix, Maddie. But thank you for, you know, looking into it and trying. Still prepping for a zine fest. Been fighting my computer and printer trying to get a certain pink just right. I lost my notes on how I did it before. Interesting. When you start your YouTube chat with another language, you could type English after. Really? How do I change the set? Do I have to go to settings and do I have to restart the stream for that, Yambari? Well, it seems like the native language is getting blocked. All right, so let's do a test, okay? What's a very what's a very Spanish word? All right, just in each chat message. Okay, so but it doesn't need to be a word or character. All right, Maddie, do you want to test this? What's a very Spanish word or something that uses do huevos. H-U-E let's just keep H-U-E-V-O-S, okay? And then just type naranja is a good one too. Naranja. And then just type a word, you know, say like this is me afterwards. All right, huevos comes through just now, Pickles. Huevos, but try typing something in English after that. So huevos, I am Pickles or something. Buenos dias. All right, hello chat. I got that, Maddie. Try it with one word though. There was an intention between using huevos. Huevos. Hello chat. I haven't gotten anything since then, though. Since the Buenos Dias hello chat. A blue sky. Could this be the gay deep state, though, everybody? Could this be another attack from the gay deep state? Buenos dias, nothing. I got that. Maddie, did the huevos... This is Maddie. Can you just type in huevos, this is Maddie, or have you tried that? Oh, you don't know about the gay deep state, Sashi? So one word huevos isn't going through. The gay deep state, Sashi, is trying to uproot all these American values. The chats might be too woke, yeah. But this could be the gay deep state. Huevos is eggs, Sashi. Oh my god, Nordic, you admit it. So huevos on its own didn't work. Okay. Can you try naranja? The N-A-R-A-N-J-A. I want a single word. If you could do a single word and just type something in English, right? It's slang for balls, but it's very commonly used, and its direct meaning is egg, Sashi. Well, that's what I'm testing out here, Yambari. That's what I'm testing out with one-word stuff. Remember, this is how you problem solve, everybody. Soy sauce worked. Hi, Art Aguilar. Naranja fingers worked. All right, soy sauce worked. So soy is has a direct thing with Spanish. Interesting that soy sauce worked on its own. Naranja fingers worked. Salsa, so wait, maybe it's soy, everybody. All right, wait, Aguilar, try soy, hi everybody in chat. Soy, hi everybody in chat. Julio Iglesias works. He's streaming on the background while I was working. I do focus on what's being said and I hear the most mental stuff. You certainly do, I bet, with an Aqua. So soy sauce worked on its own and salsa soy worked. Mirror Girl with Heishan. He Jason. You guys are probably saying some wild shit right now. Soy, all right, soy hello worked. Maddie, did you just write soy hello? Yo mom, how did yo mama work? Is it yo soy? What the fuck is going on with this? There doesn't seem to be any consistency within this. I pronounced it absolutely correct. He Jason, okay? That's how it's pronounced. I would know. Oh, you're Mirror Girl? I didn't know that was your name. Are you subscribed to my YouTube, Nordic? Now that you're all just hanging out in the YouTube, though, y'all can subscribe. Soy Minge. Just making sure. I got huevos frescos. There's no way, Hanser. You're not getting away from these perverts. Hilado High. That's the first. I mean, I got that from. I got Yo Mama from you, Sashi, and Hilado High. If you sent other ones. I hope they fix this soon, huh? I hope they fix this soon. Pollo fingers. Mocha chocolate yaya. What is that, Polish? Sounds Polish. Marmalade song? No, I don't think I think that's something else, Pickles. Is it only Spanish? Well, I did see some messages with like I believe Japanese characters.
Oh my glob.
Indeed, Glubhub, indeed. Right, but it's just not consistent, Sashi, it seems. Like, what I need somebody to do is, like, see if that works in all cases, Sashi, not just one time. So, like, yo, hi, this is Sashi, yo, get fucked, right? Something like that. But test yo to see if it consistently works. Because one time doesn't, like, I'm, you know, doesn't mean that it works, right? We don't know that. Adoro I Kuli. So much soy. I am not soy, I am masculine, Nordic. You sent several soy messages? Okay, so I hadn't seen any of those. Well, I saw soy 1 from you, Maddie. And I saw soy hello from you. You know how masculine I am, Nordic. You stream terrorist. Yeah, it does seem to have some type of only smaller. Well, I did get Buenos Dias, hello chat, but I think the longest I've seen is okay. I got Mocha Chocolate Yaya did get through. That's the longest at 5. Dami la Truadita. Italian is fine. Hurls boxes at chat. Jesus Christ, Todd. You're sick. Lascia cete... Okay, so that's a long one. Lascia cete dia un pugno? Pugno? Oh my god, pickles! Fine. If you must. Oh, that's terrible.
Get your hand off my penis!
Not my hand! Prego, hello? Alright. Who's pregnant? Who's pregnant, Sashi? You? I'm not pregnant. Is that the succulent Chinese meal, dude? That was Nordic. That was. I can't stop this feeling deep inside of me. Oh, you know what I listened to the other day, or yesterday, everybody? If anyone can guess the song, music video I watched and listened to yesterday, there's two that I'm referring to. You'll get 5 oily points. Nope, don't even know the song. Nope. Not that. I was about to sing it when I asked that question. The Cheers theme song? Nope. It was a officially released song with music video. Any other guesses? We're gonna make it 10 points now. We're gonna make it 10 points now. Any more guesses? For a chance at 10 oily points? Blue Suede? No. Blue Swede? No. It's one of the greatest songs ever created, though. I'm going to reveal it momentarily. One last hint. It was featured prominently in an episode of Scrubs. Nope. Just a song that the music video came on my YouTube feed and I watched it. There's 2 songs actually. Gonna reveal it momentarily. I'll try to discover a way that you can make me sweeter. Oh, baby, refrain from breaking my heart. I'm so in love with you. It can be forever. Got to give you no reason. Messed up some words there, but that's about the amount of words I know. It's called... What's it? Well, it's Erasure. Is the band. What's the name of that song again? Little Respect. That's it. Give a little respect to... Love that song. And then the other one was called Always by Erasure. Always I wanna be with you. You don't know those songs? Hi, Silver. Erasure is a fucking awesome band. More influential than you think. How you doing, Silver? Always I wanna be with you and make believe with you. Live in harmony, harmony, oh. I didn't think my eyes were. Relax. Take it easy. God, I love Mika. Well, how can I resist singing that one, Sashi? I'll take any chance of singing a falsetto that I can. Relax. Take it easy. Relax. If anybody's trying to chat on YouTube, it's not working. Watch on Twitch as well to chat, but stay on both, obviously, okay? Relax. Take it easy. You can't change YouTube in the middle of a stream. It won't change unless I restart the stream, Maddie. I've tried that before. Unless they fix that. It's not the watch hours that's holding me back, Sashi, because I'm at like a little over 3,000 hours for the past year, but if I needed to juice that, Sashi, I'd just ask all the Twitch people to watch on YouTube for like a stream. And like you can get those hours really quickly, you know? But I need subscribers. I need about 230 subscribers still. You need both. So, I needed watch hours for that first layer of so like I can get super chats and memberships, Sashi, but I can't get ad revenue until I have the next layer. I also think it helps with the algorithm too. To be able, for YouTube to be able to make money off of like ads and shit. and make believe with you. Always I wanna be with you and make believe with you. Battling a lot of glare here. Oh, did everybody see the purple adjustment? I moved the light closer for anybody who wants to see. That's about as bright as I can go, but I think it's still noticeable enough. Obviously, you're not seeing it as well as I do. Fortunately, see it goo enough. You yell at me for my English. Always I want to be with you. Oh, fuck. So it's a YouTube problem, Mud. It's a YouTube problem. Apparently today. When you don't have shit all over. No, we tested it, Mud. We tested it. And then there's some Reddit posts about it, too. Yeah. No, but see, you're seeing everybody's prejudice against me, Sashi. Nobody believes me. Nobody believes me. I'm being discriminated against by my own viewers and mods. All right, fine, fair. Fair. Thank you. I did need that. I am a victim. Oh, and 2 lemons and some cilantro pubes. I do love that one. I do miss Sweet Bee made that. Has anyone seen Sweet Bee for a while? Do we need to get a search party for Sweet Bee? It's been a while. We haven't. Yeah. Good to know, Pickles. I shall. Gotcha. Well, I hope they're doing well. It would be nice to see them again. I love cilantro. Cilantro is one of my favorite herbs. But you know what's my next endeavor is? Cooking endeavor, everybody? I got a big cooking endeavor coming up. I've never been able to make a good biryani, like a good one. And I'm going to figure that shit out. Because I love biryani. I love biryani so much. And it's cheap to make. Ways I wanna be with you and make believe with you and live in harmony, harmony, ho. Son of a bitch! Valley Dweller! You valley bastard!
Grab the children! Save the children!
Thank you, Valley. Yeah, YouTube's being a pile of bag of dicks right now, but you like the new lighting situation? Good, Stoic. Good. Good. And I will not save those children. I guess this needs to come out. How are you doing, Stoic? Also, the camera that Amanda sent me came in. That thing's pretty fucking cool. It's like an old-timey camera that has like an accordion like lens thing. Like it's probably from the 60s. It's just for a prop. It's just as a prop. So but it's like, it's portable. It's portable. Here, I can grab it. You know what? I'll, after the break, Stoic, after the break, I'll grab it and I'll show it to y'all. I'm refinishing the rewiring and antique film contact program. Interesting. Nope, I think you just have to delve right back into it, Stoic. You just gotta watch all of my streams. Every second of them. You know, get your family all subscribed. Just don't stop. Comment and upvote everything. Did you get every single one of your family members to subscribe and all of their relatives? Your relatives' relatives? Even the dead ones, yes. I need you to subscribe to my YouTube like Republicans get voters, okay? Good. Good, Pickles. They love your channel. The unborn ones, yeah. Not Republicans. Republicans better not like... Oh, fucking shitballs. Republicans better not like this channel. Well, thank you, Pickles. Well, good. Did you get him to subscribe too? I wanna be with you and make believe with you and live in harmony, harmony over. Well, you gotta go do it for them, Stoic. Then you just gotta link their credit card to it and then, you know, make a lot of sizable donations. Do you want my channel to succeed or not, Stoic? Damn it. Damn it, Stoic. I need benefactors, okay? Or not. Listen, every aspiring perverted oil painter needs some benefactors, okay? He said sizable. That came in, Omizu. Too many viruses in the The East Tennessee McNasty's would probably love you, but I'm not sure they have the internet moonshine. Yes, Twitch probably not. Damn it. Damn it, Shasta. You're gonna have to send them some technological aid to the Tennessee McNasties. The Appalachian McNasties. Always I want to be with you and make believe with you and live in harmony, harmony, Transplant Appalachian ass nose. Turn it off. Wait, turn it back on, and they're on their own. Fair enough. Shasta, whenever I watch my Bigfoot hunting show that goes through at the Appalachia, I do think of the McNasties regularly. I watched Expedition Bigfoot. I've watched that, Mountain Monsters, Alaskan Monsters, watch it. The Jack Osborne Bigfoot hunting one. There's like 2 others. I've watched all of it. And here's where I'm at, Carlos. Bigfoot doesn't exist. I love these shows, Carlos. Oh, Carlos, I got a great one for you to watch. If you love that shit, I got a great show for you to watch. Fair enough, Shasta. You ready to write this down, Carlos? You're gonna thank me. I would want Bigfoot to exist so much too, but I just can't. I don't. You know. It's called Destination Truth. Okay, it was with Josh Gates, his first show. That was originally on the Sci-Fi Channel. They have all the episodes on one of those like Pluto or Tubi, I think, or Roku, that you could just, without an account, go and watch. If you search Destination Truth full episodes, you'll absolutely love that show. And you're welcome, because there's like 6 or 7 seasons of it. You're welcome. Yeah, so Destination X is Josh Gates. His first show, his first TV show was Destination Truth. And it's legitimately one of the, like, the most well-made of those, like, monster hunting shows. It came out in, like, 07 or 08. It's fantastic. Because Josh Gates is so fucking charismatic. And they do some wild shit. Like, you wouldn't believe the situations they put themselves in for that show. Like, there's episodes where they're fucking sleeping in the Amazon. Always be with you and make believe with you. Did they though? That one, Bigfoot denier. Omizu, they did. They straight up did. Like I said, the shit that they do on that show is fucking nuts. Now, they obviously played up some of the gimmicks. Like, they have a gimmick of always renting, like, the shittiest cars and it always breaking down. But it's very apparent that they're actually, like, doing, like, one-day hikes through, like, jungles to get to areas and shit. All right, so Carlos, you've watched Mountain Monsters, right? Carlos, I take it you've watched Mountain Monsters? Because I got another recommendation for you, too. Dude, okay. Watch Mountain Monsters, Carlos. They're free on YouTube. I don't think there's much to reveal, frankly, at this point, Omizu. But Carlos, once you watch Mountain Monsters, watch it from the start, mind you. Let me know how you feel, because that is one of the greatest shows in television history. Because I got 2 follow-ups to that show once you're done. Mountain Monsters is the single-handedly one of the most ridiculous shows ever put on TV, and I love it. When is the government gonna make the... So, Omizu, is chat working better for you now? By the way? Does anyone want to test YouTube again? Because Omizu's messages seem to be coming in more regularly. I can see that, Maddie. I can see that. Must be. All right, I can see that. Check 1, 2. Syphilis. Test, test, test. Got it. Brain dom. Who's Brain Dom? Is Brain Dom somebody I know? Is that you, Carlos? Is it fixed? Oh, Stoic. Gotcha. It's all you and your weird fucking YouTube names. Thank you very much, though, for checking. Can you see it if I say a lot of words in a message? Yes. I did see that one, Maddie. Okay, I think we're fixed, everybody. I fixed it. Everybody, I fixed YouTube. That was me. Nobody else. Woo! Yep. All right, good. I fixed it, everybody. Oh, fuck you, Maddie. Always I want to be with you and make believe with you and live in harmony, harmony, ho. I turned it off and turned it back on again badly. I know you did, Shasta, but it was my fix of not doing anything and waiting for you to do something that finally did the trick. You see? Sure was. Yep. Yeah. We're agreed then, Shasta. We're agreed. How many? Is that 3 or 8? Please let it be 8. Damn it! It's 3. Always I wanna be with you and make believe with you. Fixed? I doubt that. No, it's been fixed. I told you I just fixed it. Granted, I don't have a lot of YouTube viewers, so maybe this vertical bullshit isn't working. I have a lot of views, though. Or more views than usual, I would say. Did I mention that the McNasties have a sarcastic street and small, crinkly mountain range vibe? That makes a lot of sense. Well, so Stoic, on my last stream on YouTube, it said I gained 3 or 4 subscribers, which is a good day for. But I had that Wheeler raid, which I don't know if a lot of those people subscribed. I did have 2 recently, but I also had like a old short of mine get a bunch of views recently. Not a crazy amount, but I had like a old, like, you know, when I used to do those when I used to do the what is it, the God, what was it fucking called? You know, where I speed up my painting and you see it all. I had a short that I did of that where it's like a time lapse. Thank you. A time lapse. Well, I just thanked myself. Time lapse just like recently pick up a lot of views that I think I got subscribers from too. So it's hard to say, but I really need to find a good organic way to get my subs up. Yeah, but there's in AI bullshit, Stoic. Um, AI in shorts, so like videos don't seem to be like popping off a lot. However, I don't know what it's like on live streaming because I seen, a lot of the people I watch on live streams on YouTube still doing fine. But it's just like really hard for people to discover you if you're just doing streams. So, it's just hard to say. I'm also like, I have no draw, right? So like, for me having something get like 200 views is a lot, right? Do a color mixing one where you make a blue from a Quinn Rose and Phthalo Green and explain briefly why it's not magic or turkey that'll get them. That's true. That's actually not a bad idea. However, one thing Shaw says, I have one big problem that holds me back on a lot of this is I have ethics and a standard at which I try to operate within myself. And it makes doing... Now, your example is perfectly fine. But doing a lot of shit like that... Because as I pointed out, I couldn't stand if I was like, this is how you mix skin colors, everybody. I can't stay. I would hate myself more than I already do. Yeah. But the problem is, right, not a lot of people want to watch, like, a paint pervert be like, listen, lead white is very archival. The oil layer is more durable. Let me explain what durability means, right? A lot of the jagoffs don't like watching that stuff, it seems. All right, I gotta take a break though. I'm gonna grab that camera too. So we're gonna take a 5-minute break, everybody, for a good piss, shit, shower, shave, and snack. Okay. All right. So we'll see you in about 5 minutes, everybody. Okay. And yeah, screaming, of course. Let's peel back the paint film. All right, see you then. Ad starting in 50 seconds. Oh my god, we're back. Oh my god. Almost done pooping. Hold on. Just need about 10 more seconds for this poop to finish. Almost there. Oh, wait. Nope. Another 5 seconds. Almost there. And done. Good poop. Good poop. All right. Stoic, are you there? Stoic, can you hear me? So this is the camera that Amanda sent me, and it opens up. Because I'm really strong, and I don't have issues opening this. Yeah, there we go. See, and then I don't know how to get this out, but there's like an accordion thing going here. And I don't know how to pull this shit out. Like, I'm pretty sure there's a way. Is that it? There's a little switch you... Oh, wait. Hold on. Okay, wait. That did something. So there's like... I can't get it to come away from the case, though. No, that's not coming out, though. I don't know, point, I gotta figure it out, but now's not the time. But yeah, this is what Kevin's gonna use to film the Little St. James Trio. But yeah, so Amanda sent me this, which is awesome. Should be a little crank. So there's like this thing right here, but that's like, I closed it already, I'm not gonna reopen it, but like that didn't seem to like do much. But it's an old Kodak. It's an old Kodak. So, but that's gonna be present in a few, in at least one upcoming painting, if not 2. Hi, Burger Sleuth. How you doing, bud? Always I want to be with you and make believe with you in harmony, harmony, harmony. feel like the head's a little small. The Stephen Miller head. I also got this one filbert in my jar that I just absolutely hate using. I do not like filberts, everybody. Any and all filberts. Including people named Filbert. Alright, if your name is Filbert, we're gonna have a problem. Don't like that cat. Love you, Crunch. Good with chocolate. All right, good. Well, all right. Well, that's good news, Stoic. All right. I'm very intolerant of filberts. All right, well, fine. I would take a taxidermied filbert. All right, valid point, Shasta. Valid point. They do dry. Oh, sorry, I missed that. Karen, how you doing, Karen? I missed the question from Karen. Sorry. Further to my question last stream, so I can just add linseed oil until I get the blending translucent look I want? No. All right, Karen, are you here? Sorry, I missed your question. That is, you do not want to do that. Or how you want to think about that. Let me know when you're here, Karen. Okay. All right. So your question is, so I can just add linseed oil until I get the blending translucent look I want? No. That is, well, you can do that. That is not a good way to go about it. So what you want, there needs to be a certain amount of pigment or things that act like a pigment to oil. There's a proper ratio, so you get a proper oil film that develops. So think of your pigment as bricks and think of your oil as mortar, right? So if you just stack up pigment, right, it's loose, there's nothing that keeps it still. If there's too much mortar, it's also flimsy and weaker that way. There's a proper ratio. So you might ask yourself, well, how do I do that? How do I make it more translucent while keeping a proper ratio? You use things like chalk or silica. So my impasto medium, for example, God damn it, this always happens, and I hate it. Uses chalk and silica and mixes in with paints and doesn't change the color because chalk and silica in oil are transparent in nature. Okay? Does this make sense? Shut up, Richards! It's impasto. So, point being is you can get yourself some chalk, and you can just do it simply with chalk and oil. Well, see, you don't want to get chalk that has so like if you were to get like a Crayola white chalk, there might be pigment in there. You just got to get straight, it's like what, sodium carbonate, right? Or gypsum. Just ground gypsum would do it too. You need it, make sure there's no pigment in there. Hi, Penman. And they sell it on certain sites. I also sell, like I said, my impasto medium. But if you add enough, you could add that to like a opaque pigment, and it would make it translucent while being the same consistency as paint. Correct. Non-pigmented chalk, right? So you get what I'm saying? So that's like basically you're adding transparent pigment that doesn't alter the color, and that's how you can get a translucent, or more transparent paint of any color. Not that I know anything what sort of effect you're trying to do. Now, okay, now your second question about cobalt. I don't recommend, Karen, I don't recommend the use of any dryers. I don't recommend, and you could take this to the bank. Okay? I don't recommend the use of any dryers, including cobalt dryers, China dryers. I only recommend using pigments and paint forms to affect your drying times. Hang dry your clothes. Exactly. Well, does anyone know what the issues are with using dryers? Why am I saying this? Why do I say, like a maniac, to not use dryers? Nope, it doesn't affect the pigments. Nope, not that. Well, I would recommend, Karen, adjusting the pigments you use with paints, but like I said, I don't recommend adding additional dryers. Nope. Correct, like using lead white, using burnt umbers, using cobalt pigments, right? Pyrols dry pretty fast too. That, yes, Yambri, but no, there's a very good reason to avoid using dryers. Okay. It's all right. This is gonna be a little bit more dry and sciencey to everybody. But what happens when you add dryers, and it happens more when you paint thicker, right? It's more of an issue when you paint thicker. But what happens is the outside dries faster than the inside, causing the lower layers of the paint to get less oxygen exposure, which would cause the inner layers of the paint to continue to move and run down. So there's actually a phenomenon with oil paints where there's like a big thick brush strokes of paint leaking out of dried paint, of like wet oil leaking outside of dried paint. So it affects literally how the paint itself polymerizes from oxygen exposure because the outside dries so much quicker. Okay? With thinner layers, it's less of an issue, but it's very kind of hard to predict those behaviors. Now, if you're just doing like a little glaze layer and you want to use dryers, it's not the end of the world. It's better than using solvent, okay? But it's one of those things that can bite you right in the nutsack. Not necessarily destabilization of the paint film. It's like the Shasta, it's not like it could form a proper paint film in that context. Saw the reference of my cat referring to. I'm just curious how I'm going to paint basically the gray fur areas around my cat to underpaint red, blues, and greens. And you can do that, Karen. I would just say see the color, hit the color in one brush stroke, and you're done. I'm not a proponent of painting individual furs, like, you know, fur strands, hair strands. That's me. I understand people paint differently, and how I teach is not monolithic, but it's hard for me to give advice relative to like a painting strategy if philosophically we're different, or you're using glaze. If you're glazing, I would recommend don't do like, or you're trying to use layers, I would still not recommend like trying to do something with a lot of colors underneath. Just do a value sketch, right? And let that dry completely, right? And then do thin layers to put in color as you see fit, right? Cobalt blue, chromium oxide green, and true vermilion does cad red. No, cadmiums are one of the slowest dryers. So the slowest drying pigments I'm aware of are lamp black, titanium white, and all cadmiums. Those are all slow drying. Things with manganese dry fast, things with cobalt dry fast, and lead dry fast. What's in Mod Podge? The fuck's that? Shit. Yeah, cadmiums dry very slow. Pyrols do dry pretty fast, though. Hold on. Any additional questions? Yeah, you may, Karen. No worries, please do. You don't want to glaze with a PVA. It is over, PA. What is over? PVA, motherfucker? Oh my god. Mod Podge Clay Pot Sealer. Okay, click. No, I wouldn't seal it with this. I think you just use a resin varnish, yo. This is too permanent. I think this would actually bind with the oil. I would not use this to seal. Always I wanna be with you and make believe with you. and live in harmony, harmony. It looks like it's a PVA thing, Shasta. The problem is it would be too permanent. No, you're good, Karen. So what you don't want to use. So like, why don't we use oil? Why don't we paint a layer of oil on top of our paintings, and instead of resins, right? Like, do you know why we use resins for varnish, Karen? Everyone, listen up. Do you know why we use resins? Versus like oils or something like more permanent. Everyone sit down and listen to this. No clue, you're 100% new. Okay. So if you were to do a layer of oil over this, it would permanently bond to the oil underneath it. Okay. Oil also yellows over time. So then you'll just have a layer of straight oil with no pigment to, like, you know, alter that, change that, over on top of it that you cannot remove because it binds to the oil beneath it without real serious risk, mind you. There are ways you can, but there's huge risk to damaging the layer underneath. So what do we use? We use things that are a dried oil is not soluble to solvent, right? Like solvent doesn't like destroy or disintegrate dried oil. So resins are soluble in oil. In solvents. Resin is soluble in solvents, even when dry. So what does that mean is we can control, right? Like how light reflect. Like we can obviously also benefit from like light, like being able to control how light hits it. But solvents can remove all the resin without damaging the oil below it. Okay, so resin does yellow fairly quick. I mean, like, you know, a decade, you know, plus, you know. But it also protects the oil layer from the environment around it, and it can provide UV protection. Another benefit. But it's a sacrificial layer, right? Because knowing that at one point we're going to remove it and put it on a new fucking layer of resin, right? But if you use oil, or if you use something more permanent, or like something that might bind with the oil layer, I suspect PVA would or might. I have not, but what I most likely think would be also a significant issue with PVA is it would inhibit how light hits the oil. So, point being is, like, don't try and rewrite the rules, not the rules, but like really like best practices, and best practice is using a resin varnish. Yeah. Don't feel bad about not knowing this. A lot of people don't, like most people don't varnish as much as they should or varnish at all. I've met lots of people who don't varnish, and I have to yell at them because it's the single best thing you can do for your paintings. So Karen, this is not to this is not to disparage your friend, but I'm going to say this. Your average, I would even say more than this, 80 to 90% of your people who make art or do stuff, traditional art mediums, do not know anything about materials. It might even be higher than that. This is anecdotal evidence, but the reason I got so into this is because I saw massive inconsistencies between advice even professional artists were giving. Okay? And feel free to challenge my information and look it up. Right? But the fact of the matter is it would highly benefit you to look at people with scientific methods or scientific approach with regards to materials and use advice from them. It would not be, yeah, you don't want, you cannot, acrylic is a no-no over oil. It'll do lots of bad things. But also, when you varnish, make sure your shit's dry. Okay? Well, what I'm saying, Karen, is you can use what I'm saying as a starting point. Do not treat everything I say as absolutely correct. You're free to, but I am capable of making mistakes. I am also capable of learning new information that will change information that I was previously stating. But I do try to be careful with it, mind you. But I could point you to the several resources that I've used for varnishing. I do. I am never capable of being a bastard. But if you, I'm not a taint. But a good starting spot, if you wanted to, is I believe it's their YouTube channel is Rublev Colors, or it's Natural Pigments. The company is Natural Pigments. Their paint line is Rublev. They've done several, we'll say, lectures or discussions and videos on resins, on varnishes specifically, on oils. And then I've used other, I'll say, readings. Very important here, not opinions. Fact-based. And you're gonna learn, Amy. Because once, you're all gonna start thanking me once you start Goodwill hunting people. Okay? You're all gonna thank me. When all of you start Goodwill hunting people, an asshole at the cafe, you know you're going to be glad you spent time here. I accept. You're welcome, Maddie. You're welcome for your thank you. Next rude contest. Paint to taint? Yeah. Well, we do have the paint-a-dong coming up. How would we do paint to taint, Shasta? You are not miserable. Just wait, okay? Maddie, just wait till you're like, you date somebody and they're an artist. And then they just keep on telling you about all this shit and you'll realize that you know 30 times more than them. And it'll give you a reason to hate them and despise them. And you realize that you dodged a bullet because of that. Thank you, Karen. Thank you. Just wait. Well, what would be like, we're all aware that there are some really douchey artists, male artists out there specifically. Yeah, Maddie, you're straight, right? Yeah, ghosts have sexual preferences. You're telling me, Drez, that ghosts are suddenly asexual? Yeah. Ridiculous. Yep. Well, and I know that ghosts also don't like to see me masturbating in front of them. I've also learned this. So we know that at least they could be turned off to it and not apathetic to it. Yeah, on any spectrum of that. True. We do, Dia. This is the night. This is the night. Hold on. Thank you again for the bits, Karen. That is really appreciated. And like I said, anybody is free to ask any questions they want. I will answer any questions, and if I don't know the answer, I will make it up to save face. No, I get around that. I get around that umbrella, Richards. Of course, Karen. Oh. No, we're good. My cell phone shit I'm listening to also. I think I just had an internet. Yeah, I think I just had an internet shit. Hold on through the night and we'll be on. Always I wanna be with you and make believe with you and well, yeah, I just exercised some ghosts while I've been talking on stream. It's pleasure being passionate. No, it was one of those, Mud. It was one of those. There was no additional stuff. I was just saying that, you know, feel free to. Oh, by the way, did anyone see that AI video idea from YouTube? Did you all take a look at that? That shit was crazy, yo. They were recommending me to basically poison myself with lead. Mud, did you see that shit? Or Amy? I should probably just create a a section in my Discord, Mud, with like technical videos or reliable videos or papers I've read. Because I know everybody would love that here. Kobe Robinson presents I'm Painting Badly. Thank you. Am I finally getting my Mark Twain award, Kobe Robinson? I'm overdue for my Mark Twain. Long overdue. Yeah, you know what? I should probably, because right now I use cheaper varnishes, Shasta. Yeah. Like my materials I currently use. Like something that people can't, like, that it's just like a permanent thing that people can't edit, but I could just add shit to, like, you know. Your Twain is limited. Fair enough. All right, I'll have to wait for my Mark Twain award. Karen, I'll get something together on Discord. I'll get something together on Discord. I don't ignore those, Maddie. I've done plenty of things. Oh, hi, Super Rojas. Is it just due? I wholeheartedly disagree, Super Rojas. I do not think that's the best way to learn. Now, doing is a part of learning, but not on its own. But not on its own, Super Rojas. I think that's a pretty good rate, Maddie. I think that's a pretty good rate, don't you? Well, what do you suggest? Well, you just triggered my trap card, Super Rojas. Now, we have a question from YouTube, or a statement from YouTube saying, I think the best way to learn is to just do. And I said I wholeheartedly disagree with that. Why? Because in the thing that we're doing is not just technique based. There is also, son of a bitch, Lizzie. There's an active element of knowing your materials as part of technique, process, as well as quality of the product that you're working with. There are things that you cannot figure out just by deducing in a reasonable timeline without doing ancillary research and reflection. Okay? This goes for a lot of things, right? So, for example, you know, as a simple example, let's just say football, American football, the NFL, right? Those fuckers train. They do, but they need to train together. They also need to do research on the other opponent's tendencies, right? For things that they need to work on independently of just doing the physical action, right? I look at painting as something similar. We ought to know about our materials, how they operate, how they work, whether something is benefiting us. Because what I've seen in art, Super Rojas, for example, is I've seen a lot of people who use like tons of solvents, use pigments that aren't light fast, altering the results of what they intended to do over and over and over again. I had a technique question with somebody where it's like, should I just mix oil into something? Would that be bad? And yes, it would negatively affect their results. So it's something that like that might not be outwardly apparent that you could be doing wrong or could be negatively affecting you without doing real research outside of just doing, right? That is true, Lizzie. And you did. You did, Lizzie. And welcome in. How are you? That's my point, Rojas. That's why I emphatically disagree with that statement. Well, see, I'll say this, Super Rojas, if that's what you meant, fair enough. But most people, would you concede the fact that most people say by doing they just mean painting? I'm doing fine, Lizzie. So obviously there's a semantical aspect to this argument, right? And that's been my experience, Super Rojas, and that's why I disagreed with you. If you meant it in that way, then we are in agreement. Then we are in agreement, Super Rojas. Oh, Lizzie, I didn't know you were a huge fan of Jared from Subway, Stephen Miller, and Jared Kushner. Oh, I didn't know you were you were pals with them. You were old-time gang members. I didn't know that about you, Lizzie. I didn't know. We did name them last stream. Did you not see the name of this? Oh, wait. It's not in the Twitch chat. This painting is named called the St. James Trio. Steve Miller and the St. James Trio. Good, Super Ross. You and me will get along well then. Thank you, Super Ross. I have no patience for Republicans and for people who are kind of against learning and understanding things. But I will force you to learn. I can't believe you, Lizzie. We just learned something really... I might have to create an Instagram post about this about you, Lizzie. I didn't know that you were like this. Lizzie, this is devastating news. Lizzie, you've been to my home. Oh my God. You've been to my home. All right, we got to release. All right, everybody. We need to take a vote on releasing the Lizzie files. Well, maybe I should have tried to poison you. All right, we need to take a vote on releasing the Lizzie files, everybody. Who's a yay? Who's a yay on full release of the Lizzie files? Well, it doesn't seem like it if those are the friends you keep, Lizzie. Anyone else want to release the Lizzie files? That means you still hung out with them. Oh my God, Lizzie. Is that your defense? Oh my God, Amanda. Oh, okay. Okay, so now everybody's really in deep with the St. James trio over here. I enjoy the colors. Good. I'm glad you do. The impressionist style looks relaxing. Thank you, Super Rojas. I am very, very pro impressionistic painting. Well, this is just a kangaroo stream then, Lizzie. This is just a kangaroo stream. I didn't know Lizzie had bought up support. How deep does this rabbit hole go, everybody? Hold on to the night. It will be. This is true, Mud. Are you pro any other kind of painting? I am very pro painting for personal enjoyment. I agree, Super Rojas. I am pro painting for the sheer enjoyment out of it, regardless of what you're doing. What else am I pro? That pretty much covers everything, Lizzie. Okay, all right. I didn't know my stream was so lousy with these St. James supporters. So, like, Super Rojas, do you paint, like, are you talking like old academic realism or like just like realism in general? Lizzie. Fuck's alright. All I'm saying is the evidence is very damning against Lizzie right now, okay? Can we all agree the evidence against Lizzie is very damning? Based on their previous statements. No? Okay. Oh, this is ridiculous. Am I the only sane one here? Okay. How much is Russia paying you, Mud? How much is Russia paying you? How many rubles define sane? It's true. Have you taken a good hard look at your loft recently? Every single day, Mudworks. Right now, I'm leaning old academic, but it's difficult for me at the moment. It's so much. I mean, it's a ton of work. It's like Super Rojas, old academic realism. It seems like a more of an exercise in tedium than anything to me. Slackjawed badly. Listen, Mud. We all know that I'm perfectly sane, okay? Perfectly sane, okay? There might be nobody more sane than I. There might be no one. I mean, what are, like, this to me is perfectly sane to have set up in your home for a week. This is normal. This is normal, everybody. Okay? This. If you don't have this, you're not normal. Organ music starts playing as you sit in the stairs. Listen, that was just a cool feature of my thermostat, Maddie. Someone gets shot by accident after 6 seasons of Mountain Monsters. Oh, you don't even know, Carlos. You don't even... Carlos, please stick with it. I'm begging you, because you won't believe what that show turns into. Super Rojas, I always put it as, you know, the feeling of like painting or doing something you enjoy and like 8 hours goes by and you're like, what the fuck just happened? Like that felt like 20 minutes. And it's like, find that, right? Find that. Carlos, I promise you, it's one of the greatest shows ever created. Hold on. Through the night. It is getting lost, truly getting lost in the sauce. That's how you know you found something special. Paint like you forgot your kid at daycare or the gas station. Well, that's, you know, so Super Rojas, I've only been painting for about 4.5 years. But I just kind of knew pretty quickly that I was a class 1, you know, paint pervert right when I started. And, you know, I am now trying to make it my profession. I make my own paint. I sell and make my own paint. So if you need some badly made oil paints, watercolors, or oil pastels, check out that fourth well. I like that as a saying, Richards. Like, do something like you forgot your kid at daycare. I was forgotten at CCD a couple times. At football practice a few times. I don't really get that upset about it because there's 5 kids in my family, so. Acrylics are too much, Amanda. Acrylics, the medium is proprietary. You have to carry some serious chemicals to do them. So, and I really don't think I'm ever going to be an acrylics painter. You drawings who just paint. If you see Super Rojas, I don't even sketch on this stuff. I just go straight in with color. But it's part a philosophical choice on that, Super Rojas. Yeah, and that's also why Mr. Pigments makes and sells acrylics. Now, those are more geared towards miniature painting, Amanda. But irregardless, they're probably worth checking out. They're on his Ko-Fi. No, he does. I think he's out of stock currently, but, you know. Mr. Pigments on Twitch. Why do you hate me? Hate me or you hate Maddie? Okay. You know I showed off your camera earlier, Amanda? Amanda, do you know how to get the accordion working? For the lens? Hold on tonight, and we'll be alright. Hola, Sean. Twitch chat was busted earlier. Yeah, I'm not a fan, Super Rojas. But if you look on my Instagram, I do oil pastels for plein air a lot. I enjoy it quite a bit. Here, so I can figure out opening up this. Okay. But now here, how do I get this to come out? New prop, everybody. New prop. Oh, that's true. All right, Super Rojas. Sean is a big acrylic apologist. Because this comes out, I believe, right? Hold on. Out the silver part, back on. Put the silver part back on. Okay. Okay, it's back on. Right here, yep. Do I have to do something with that? Okay. Okay. I pulled that out. It's a little sticky, okay. I just pull outwards on it? Is there something else that locks it in place? It's hard to pull. I don't have good grip. You don't think so? All right, I'll work on that later. Okay. Yeah, I figure you do. I just like with my gloves on and stuff like that. Did you try and message earlier, Sean, by the way, when the YouTube chat was fucked? No, just got home. Okay, gotcha. All right, for all of you in ads right now on Twitch, if you subscribe, and you're watching ads right now and you subscribe, you can get out of those ads. All right, for everybody who can't hear me and watching ads right now, if you subscribe, you don't have to watch the ads. Good. Good. Hold on through the night, we can be alright. Oh, by the way, Sean, I still gotta yell at you about that translucent, transparent bullshit. That debacle. By their own semantics, they can mean very similar, if not the same thing. Secondarily, I'm also referring to how the industry, traditionally the paint industry doesn't use translucent. Most oil paint companies use the term semi-transparent for that spectrum. Not to mention, oil paint pigments that are transparent are not fully transparent, obviously. So like if translucent was the common terminology, then all of them would qualify as translucent. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem very intuitive, you know, Amanda? I agree with that, Sean. It's just more of like acrylics are just less attractive to me overall. Yeah. And that's how I saved the world. All right, that was a good story during the ad break for everybody. I hope you all enjoyed that. I hope you all enjoyed that story during the ads. I thought it was interesting personally. But I don't feel like repeating it. I know. Thank you, Richards. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, nope. People who aren't subbed aren't going to hear that. They're just never going to hear it. It's a very emotional tale. A very emotional tale. I did, Sashi. I did. Yeah. Now, you helped convince me on some of the archival benefits of acrylics. You have. So yeah, If it did have significant archival benefits, though, I would still argue against them. Well, I think it's Sean, it's like, it goes to like, if you like to paint with how acrylics lend themselves to paint, then use acrylics. But if you don't, oils are significantly easier. I will contend that oils are significantly easier to paint with, though. But I think there's an overall appearance that oils are less like... oils are less... what's the right word I'm looking for? Accessible. Yeah. Completely agree with that, Sean. Like I said, I think there's like an interesting viewpoint though with regard to it, because people I think view oils as less accessible. I don't know if I agree with that point. Can you expand upon what you mean by edge manipulation? I would just need to know what you mean more before, I guess, disagreeing. Oils are better at... Because I would contend that oils are better for doing edges than acrylics. Acrylics do fuck with brushes. I mean, acrylics fuck with the brushes way more than oils do, too, yeah. You haven't used oil? Well, the best glazing is oils, straight up. I will argue that point. The most effective painting medium for glazing is oils. And there's a multitude of reasons why. Acrylic's biggest benefit, fast drying. Biggest negatives against acrylics: low pigment load. The medium affects transparency and opaqueness differently than oils, so that's, you just got to learn it, right? So there's a difference between the two. That's not necessarily a negative or positive, right? But obviously there's some other pigments that you can't use in oils and acrylics. That's a wash. But pigment load is an issue. I'd say mediums available. I don't know. Maybe that's a wash too. I think acrylics are better for fine marks, specifically. I think acrylics can serve as a decent... I think they're worse for paint color mixing and paint mixing, for mainly the pigment load issue. Let's see. I mean, obviously, like impasto stuff. Yeah, and I think that's a perfectly reasonable way to use them, because if you're doing like, you know, just like blocked in colors and you're not like blending or going over or having the stuff, acrylics all the way. But like if you're talking about good glazing, oils, I'd say oils mix, like I said, mix colors better. One color. Yeah, and you know, I have less experience with high-end acrylics. I do. But what I do know, Sean, is that acrylic as a medium cannot hold the same amount of pigment as oils, right? Like the amount of pigment that the medium can hold is less in acrylics because water is a necessity for the acrylic binder. So like at most you can have like 50% like medium to pigment, and that's going to be a problem for some color ranges and pigments. Whereas in oils, right, like Pyrrole Red, is like by weight is probably like 90% pigment to oil, right? Same with quinacridone. Lead white, it's even more, right? And I do think that has benefits with mixing, stuff like that. I can't imagine how expensive painting a 40 by 50 wall with Williamsburg would cost. That's why you use fillers, though, Sean. That's why you use fillers. Like, Sean, I think I could do it for a similar cost to acrylics. I think I could. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it does, but yeah. Sean, if I was doing a mural, I would not fucking do oils. I would not. Straight up. If I was doing a mural. Completely agree. Indoors, I might consider oil, but not outdoors. But oils can be aerosolized. But that also takes away some of the positives of oils, right? But how will the box? Oh yeah, I do see that, Pickles. Right here, and then the eyes are here and here. Mm-hmm. can be. Well, it's been around for centuries, so it's well itself. Yeah, I mean, like, and I think that's a big thing with oils, right? I've recently read up on acrylics because of some discussions I've had with Sean. Acrylics have some negatives with, just like oils do with archivability. We have one big benefit in oils in knowing how long oil paintings can last and have already lasted, with also not the like technology of conservation that we do have. Now, knowing that acrylics do have that, and people are, you know, obviously working to conserve acrylic paintings, I wouldn't be surprised if there were very simple ways that they, or have a great ability to conserve acrylic paintings. Because I also am of the belief that we're going to have a lot of archival issues with modern day oil paintings, because some modern pigments are not great for archivability. There are some very prevalent oil paints and pigments that could lead to some serious significant, that's redundant, some serious issues with archivability in the future. And I will reveal that if you pay me $1,300. Otherwise, I'm going to keep it secret, because this is all about monetization and wiener maxing here. All right. By the way, Super Rojas, this channel is about wiener maxing a lot of the time.
Well, this
Good. All right, Pickles, I will reveal. One of the worst pigments for archivability, modern pigments, is, drum roll, is titanium white. Titanium white, everybody. Thank you, Sashi. It is. So do you want to know why it's a problem? It's just in oil, Super Rojas. It's just in oils, not in acrylics. Do you know what the problems are with titanium white? You can be... I can demonstrate the issues. No, warm white is generally, if it has, there's actually a worse color. There's a worse pigment for white. Zinc oxide is one you should never use, and I think warm white has zinc in it. So no. Warm white is probably worse. Zinc white is the absolute worst, but it's used much less than titanium white. Okay, I'll give you a demonstration. Okay, so have you ever heard the wolf cry at the blue corn moon? No. Okay, let's say this was our painting, okay? Painted, let's just say this was a mixture of titanium white and something else, right? Okay, and oils. Titanium white, when it dries in oil, it forms a weak oil film. That means that it doesn't hold up well to bending or movements, especially over time. Okay? So, titanium white does not form a strong bond, so if it's very prevalent, it will weaken the oil film, and it'll cause a lot of problems with it staying on the canvas or wood or something like that over time. It also has a yellowing issue. It also has a yellowing issue not related to the oil, okay? It is a function, I believe, of the molecular weight, personally. But I think there's a lot of research going on with that. So titanium white yellows a lot, and it's not strong. Zinc white, on the other hand, makes shit very brittle. So that means that if you were to bend it at all, it would crack. It would crack and delaminate. Now, titanium white has a little bit of that brittleness to it as well, but it's just weaker, okay? Now, Super Rojas, do you know what one of the most archival pigments is with regards to that huge issue? And it's on my palette right now. It is lead white. You cannot, Amanda. Lead white, instead of making things brittle, makes it more like a rubber band, Super Roja. So suddenly, these movements or flexing of the layer, right, that happens because of temperature, because of, general vibrations, right? It makes it very flexible and durable. Lead white specifically. Okay? So if you cared about your paintings lasting the longest, you would only use lead white. Whenever I use titanium white, I always mix in lead white to help offset that issue. Titanium white is a color that I don't think cannot be used. But remember, titanium white only really started to be used in like the 1930s and 40s. So yeah. Also, that's why I use only linseed oil. Linseed oil has similar things, where walnut oil, safflower oil, poppy oil dry more brittle or weaker, where linseed oil is the most durable. No, it's not super toxic. Lead is toxic, but it's most toxic to developing brains, aka kids. Basically, if you're over 29, it's still toxic, obviously, but it's not like, don't eat the shit, wash your hands, and you'll be fine. Correct. And if it's bound in oil or medium, you're not going to inhale it. It doesn't have fumes. So the real risk is just ingestion. But even then, once again, if you're old enough, you have some leeway on it. You know what's a lot more dangerous is inhaling solvents. Like even odorless mineral spirits, turpentine, mineral spirits themselves. I believe it's spike oil, right? That's a solvent. Inhaling those is dangerous. But I don't use those. I do not use those. My favorite things. Lead white is expensive. Unless you buy from badly made paints. No, it's actually one of my most expensive pigment. Sounds like it's easy to overwork your paintings with linseed oil, though. In what way, shooters? What do you mean by overwork? Let's define it. Because as of right now, I don't agree with you. I don't find that as a function of linseed oil. So extruders, that is more of an issue with how you were using it. Okay. I'm on my like third layer here, right? There's been some drying, right? But extruders, I used to paint, all my paintings in one session. I've had a 15-hour session on stream. And the issue when that happens, it's because you're using too much oil. But this area I've already painted over today once. And I don't have that issue, right? Yeah. I guess you'll just have to do golden acrylics. Yeah. It's expensive. However, Golden is one of my most trusted paint companies as a corporation is concerned. Golden also makes Williamsburg oil paints for, if you didn't know, Super OS. Super Rojas, the company I hate the most in the art industry is Winsor Newton. Any brands that they're associated with, like Winton. This is a very anti-Winsor and Newton stream. Anti-solvent, anti-Winsor Newton, pro Wiener maxing. No anti-cubism. And you know what? I've never really been wronged by them, Amy, except by the bullshit content they've produced on YouTube. Winsor & Newton has continually practiced terrible marketing, deceitful marketing. They've created or responsible for a lot of shitty marketing, and they make shitty paints with the fillers that they use. The pigments that they continually use, terrible pigments. They overcharge for what they give you. They rely on their marketing and word of mouth, and that they are like the long-term paint company. But lots of bad business practices and deceitful marketing. We're also very pro AI here, obviously, Richards. Dutch and Micah now? Or Mika? Yeah, I don't like the Dutch. You better not be talking about my singer, Mika. But I think... let's see. Who else do I have vendettas against? If I see any company with bad practices, though, like paint company, I blacklist, like my blacklist, my range of blacklisted paint companies, Super Rojas, are anyone who uses walnut or safflower oil for their paints. Michael Harding for that reason and for bad labeling practices. Old Holland for the quality and price. Companies who offer too many colors is one. The only companies that I really recommend anymore, actively or proactively, who don't outside of my own, are Williamsburg, Rublev, and Gamblin. There are companies that I have no opinion on as of right now, like Rembrandt and those associated with Rembrandt. But if they have if they're safflower oil or poppy oil, they're blacklisted. From R2D2. Oh, Red Dead. Okay, gotcha. I didn't know Star Wars had a video game like that. I have to look more into them, so I'm not endorsing them, Sean. However, I don't know enough about them at the moment, Rembrandt. No, they're just overpriced and they have bad practices and they do a lot of the same bullshit marketing tricks. I don't recommend Michael Harding. And there was a period of time I did. Then I learned some shit, and I don't anymore. I have no opinion on badly made paints yet. You know, I need to use them more. I need to learn more about the owner. I've heard a lot of bad things about the owner. Now, who's D's nuts?
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Oh my god, hooray! What is Ligma? Hey, Gardamis, welcome in. Silver, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. You've doomed your viewers to an eternity of hellfire. They do, but they use walnut oil, Sean. They use walnut oil. So I can't recommend Graham because they use walnut oil. I have heard good things about the owner, but nonetheless, they use walnut oil. Can't recommend them. Fair enough, Shasta. I better see some links from you, Silvergrains, or I'm burning this place to the ground. Walnut oil is worse than linseed oil, straight up. And it's well known that it is the case. So they did it because walnut oil sells better, and I don't like that out of principle. He might have. It doesn't make it the right choice, though. We know empirically that linseed oil is more durable. And I don't know if he did use walnut oil. But, big lesson, just because somebody else used it doesn't mean it's better, right? I am a hardliner, Sean. It's well within our control. It's well within our control to avoid using suboptimal materials. Good, Silvergrains. Good. Oh, I didn't know that, Richards. Okay, all right. All right, that's a good recommendation. That's a good recommendation. Oh, another Death Day? Oh, that's good, Silver. Yeah, I mean, that's, I mean, because, Sean, I also know how much this shit costs. Now, granted, I've had pigment costs from places double because of tariffs, because we have a geriatric pedophile putting illegal tariffs on shit and fucking up the markets, and you know they're not going to lower. You know they're not going to lower them. So, you know, moral of the story is don't support or like geriatric pants shitters who are pedophiles. Okay, it's good not to support those people. Which brand? Williamsburg was always a pretty reasonable price for the professional grades. What brand are you talking about is the same price as Williamsburg now? Because Michael Harding was higher. I don't know about Michael Graham. I should say that. I don't know about Michael Graham's prices. M. Graham? Yeah, I don't know about their prices. They have a good, you know, they have a good, like, paint maker. I have a friend who knows the guy. But I will not get behind just the use of using walnut oil, making your paint knowingly worse, because it sells better. Gotcha. Well, if they're in America, they're getting hit hard by that shit. No, I didn't say teriyaki. I said geriatric. Pan-shitting pedophile. And everybody go check out Silver Grain's links, please. Please and thank you. Yeah, Rojas, if you have any questions and I don't know, I will literally look it up. I will use Sean as a source on this. If I don't know something, I will read up on it and find out. I think Michael Graham is based out of California, which might have other effects too with regards to that, but I don't know. But or they might have like Gamblin might have just bought up a ton of pigment pre-tariffs too. Hard to say. Or they just ate the price, or they just ate it. Oh, Michael Graham is Oregon too? Okay. I don't know why I thought he was California. But, you know, it could just be one ate the cost, the other one didn't. I know that Gamblin, why I recommend Gamblin, Sean, is because I know they have better practices with their employees. Did he? I mean, making paint's not that hard, frankly, guys. Now, making it a successful company is, but I don't know. I mean, there's no such thing, Sean. I will argue with that on that one, bud. There's no such thing as a color wizard. Maybe we're firework. Yeah. Wait, you're telling me that Gamblin didn't call them geniuses like they're from Apple? Gamblin is a good one for value. But so are badly made paints. With the impasto medium especially. I'm so tired. Woke up early, did the boob squish test, work, came home, and started laundry. Went grocery shopping. Just finished making the. I like the sound of Oreo balls. Here, just send the Oreo balls to me. I'll totally finish them. Wink. Yeah, I know. A lot of people use student grade. I think it's a mistake for them to do so, though. Oh, yeah, it could be that. I know, like, Kadima is sponsored by somebody and, like, a couple others on Instagram, at least. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. That sounds really good. What are you making them for? Just general use? He's very good. Yeah, he's a very good painter. Oh, baby shower? Nice. motherfucker! Have a good night, Mud. Nini. Night Salt, Night Mud. Mud, feel better, alright? I'm expecting a stream from you tomorrow. That was almost thoughtful. I know. Son of a bitch! Alright, man. I do hope you feel better. Sorry you're dealing with that. Who did that? Salt. Nini Salt.
I fart in your general direction.
And I shit in yours. Well, thank you, Super Rojas. I am a great Alla Prima painter. Thank you. I know you mean that from the bottom of your heart. God, this glare. Yo. Is it weird to prefer Quinn Red to Quinn Magenta? No. But I actually think Quinn Red has some issues. I think Quinn Red actually might have some light fast issues. There are a couple quinacronomes that I think have some light fast issues. It might not be Quinn Red though. PV19. Supposed to be excellent. Okay, good to know. I could look up to. Like I said, somebody has told me about a quinacronome that does have light fast issues, and I did somewhat verify one that did, but I just don't remember what it is offhand. And I don't think it. Thinking back on it, I don't think it's quinacronome red. I think it's just quinacronome purple, or quinacronome violet. That it's actually a very strong tinting pigment, Sean. But if you're accustomed to like alizarin crimson is is stronger tinting, but quinacridone magenta is strong tinting. But it's weaker than like Pyro Red. It's weaker than like Phthalo Blue, but it's stronger than Ultramarine Blue. I mean, it's also if you're, you know, Sean, and like with regards to, it's probably a color that they also put in fillers to all hell, because I'm willing to bet that a lot of people love the color that quinacridone magenta is, so they probably make it as cheap as possible because they know it doesn't affect how much it sells. You get what I'm saying, dog? Yeah. Yeah, that's straight up not the case. Like, I've used both, Sean. I have personally used both of those pigments, and it's not. Um, quinacridone magenta is magnitude stronger than ultramarine violet. Like at full strength. I'm talking only pigment and medium. I make both of those in watercolors. Ultramarine violet is weak as shit, even at with like full full pigmentation. Baby, will firework. do need some more brushes now that I like this. I found some sizes that I liked. Oh, May. When are you gonna add the cubes? Never! How dare you, Omizu? How dare you? I did notice how many cubes were in your piece. I've been lurking. Omizu. I see those cubes you've been working on. Puh! 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 You and your cubes. Lots of cubes, secret cubes. Puh! Heresy. Heresy. How dare you use badly made paints on a cubism piece? That would be some sweet, sweet irony. Omizu is like, my paint gets really popular with just like abstract artists and like cubists. Just you wait. Don't you do it. Don't you do it to me. Office. Cubism is what at least Picasso is credited with creating. Or partially creating. I don't know much about Fauvism. I've heard of it though. I've heard of it. I don't know any painting or artist who took part. I'm sorry, Omizu. I prefer impressionist painters, then probably realism, but I probably dislike hyperrealism the most. Like, hyperrealism is the one that I would want to do the least. I would do cubism before hyperrealism. I do. I consider them to be impressionists. Clip it. Shut up. No, I think that was as they came into their own as painters, they were absolutely impressionists. I just don't agree. Like, I would say there's an argument for Sargent earlier on in his career, but I don't even think into his portrait painting. I think he's clearly an impressionist during his portrait painting. And Zorn, I like Zorn throughout his entire career. I've seen very few that wouldn't, in my opinion, qualify as an impressionist. See, I especially look at his later stuff in life, but I don't agree with that because, like I said, look at specifically the clothes in his portraits, and I think you'd be hard pressed to say that. I think philosophically, Sargent was very in line with Impressionists. And practice, mind you. I mean, Sean, what's it? Degas was 100 times the drafter than I'm saying in quality, but in practice, there is direct contradictions to that statement. Who are 100% considered impressionists. Impressionists, don't get me wrong, a lot of impressionists weren't big drafts people, but it was still very prevalent throughout throughout that movement. Okay. Degas, like I said, was like one of the early, trying to early adopt photography. He had all these methods of sketching and transplanting them to the canvas. Impressionism, once again, was about visual effects, and very few people, within the constraints of realism, but visual effects, and very few people did it better, in my opinion, than Sargent or Zorn, with regards to that. In fact, he didn't. Oh, cool. Thank you, Maddie. Good news, I applied to a new job. Oh, awesome. Congratulations, Todd. If you need me to blow and or kill somebody, let me know. I mean, not to mention, Sargent was like direct friends with the major impressionists. Sargent was great friends with Rodin. He was great friends with Monet. I'm not saying that doesn't exist. I haven't heard that opinion. But I think, you know, I think his philosophy was clearly Impressionism. I think if Sargent was French and born in Paris, it wouldn't even be a question. Velasquez is one of the first Impressionists, Sean. Velasquez is one of the, like, literally in, like, the timeline, he's one of the first people to paint like an Impressionist. The only one really before that was fucking Rembrandt at his later in life. Rembrandt was like the first Impressionist, then it was Velasquez. Right? Velasquez was after, time-wise? Or were they around the same time? I thought Velasquez was later than Rembrandt. Let me double check that. They were around the same time, I think. Okay, Velázquez, they died about the same, very similar time, and Velázquez is older. Velázquez is older. Yeah, they were born 7 years apart, Sean. I just looked it up. Rembrandt was born 1606, Velázquez 1599. But I also think Velázquez, so the Velázquez did it first then, because by the time he was kind of doing it his entire career. I'm glad I actually looked that up. For some reason, I always think Velázquez is closer to 1700. Absolutely I am, Sean. Here, Sean. I'll show you. Look at this portrait by Velázquez and tell me that's not impressionistic. Look at it close. It's the portrait of Juan de Paraje. Paraje. There's others, mind you. It came out in a lot of his portraits. Same with this one. Look at his portraits. His portraits were like the epitome of Impressionism. Now, yes, he didn't do that through his entire career because he was also hired by, like, the church and royalty a lot. I don't disagree with that point. But we're talking about, like, what is his painting philosophy when he had more choice? And that's why, you know, you consider Rembrandt one. If you look at Rembrandt's portraits and his stuff later, he died broke because Rembrandt basically learned what Impressionism is. Because it wasn't popular at that time. But that's not what... I did not mention looseness whatsoever, Sean. I did not once mention looseness. I specifically mentioned visual effect. Painting with visual effects. Due to your impression. Sean, Impressionism is a subsect of realism. That's a specific thing with Impressionism. It is constrained within nature and realism. Velázquez and Rembrandt literally broke the rules of academic realism, and they were I don't know about Velázquez. Rembrandt, I know, was shunned for it because he decided to paint what he saw, his visual impression, versus saying, okay, I'm going to paint every single detail of what's there, essentially going for hyperrealism in the time without being true to what one could actually perceive or see. See, Sean, Monet is a realist painter. Cassatt is a realist painter. Morisot's a realist painter. Manet's a realist painter. All the Impressionists were realist painters. All of them. It's like pedophilia is a subsect of republicanism. No, no. Impressionism is painting your visual impression of something, and it's constrained by nature, right? And the painting form relies heavily on the visual effects of your impression, okay? So yes, it's not striving to be exact. That's the like the semantical difference in saying your impression, right? It's about the contrast, the contrast difference that you see with regards to the forms. And this is how it led to other things where some people, well, the visual impressions are the important part. Why not we just, or like the visual effects, the most important part. Why do we need to constrain ourselves with nature? And then that's where you get to later movements in painting. I don't think he formalized the, I mean, I'd like to hear, like, did he say something specific? Once again, it's a realist, Monet always painted with the constraints of nature. Sean, like, can you tell me a painting or like a quote or an anecdote of Monet where he clearly wasn't constrained by nature? Yes, I'm not saying the impressionistic movement was the realist movement, but realism is a part of every impressionist was also painted in realism. What does that have to do with that though? Like that doesn't mean anything. Yeah, it was a big controversy that they rejected their work. But it wasn't like, it was because they broke the rules of academic realism. Like, they always painted within the constraints of real forms and figures. I don't think I am. I truly don't, Sean. Sean, when Monet painted haystacks, yeah, the colors weren't exactly the same, but they were haystacks. The forms were of haystacks. When he painted his landscapes, or he painted the impression of the bridge, or the impression of the sun, right? He was looking at that and followed those forms. The contrast might have varied because of his visual impression. That is still based within the constraints of nature. That's because you're not acknowledging the fact that impressionists are realists. It's a different type of realism. Like they are, to every impressionist was a realist. Yes, because I think their philosophies were extremely similar. Well, they are like, can you show me an abstract Monet painting? I'm not saying a painting with abstraction. I'm saying an abstract painting. Because I could show you tons of paintings of Sargent with a lot of abstraction in there, all following like the constraints of nature and not as tight as some of the portraits you saw. Right? I can show you Monets that are tighter than the ones that you're thinking of. I could show you Manets that are very tight and like some of Sargent's portraits, and I could show you one where it's just blobs. I could show you the same with Caillebotte. I could show you the same with Morisot. I could show you the same with Degas. I could show you the same with Zorn. It's because, yes, the philosophy has room, right, based on your impression at the time, and maybe sometimes dictating on what people wanted or what you wanted to do in that specific moment. But they are always constrained by nature, which is a big point of realism. But then you get into the definition of being your impression.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. And like I said, I don't think we'd have the discussion on Sargent if he was born in France. I straight up don't. If he was born in France and it was French, I think everybody would believe he was or everybody would consider him an impressionist. Everything else being the same. Oh my God. I think it plays a role in it. I think it's why you don't see Anders Zorn in Impressionist either. I mean, he was trained in Europe, Sean. What was his teacher again? What the fuck was it? I always forget his teacher's name. Spanish guy, right? Well, you know, like, so was Manet. Like, Sean, you know a lot of the Impressionists had classical training. Super Rojas, look up Sargent's Muse. Just search that in Google, Sargent's Muse painting, and then, you know, take a look at that. You know, he did hundreds of paintings. Look up some of his watercolors. I mean, even a lot of his portraits are not as rendered as you think. They look rendered, but not as much as you think. Yeah, but he clearly diverted away from that. He clearly diverted away from that. Like, their education doesn't dictate their entire career, because then we wouldn't say that about, like, Morisot or Cassat. I don't know how Monet was trained. Or Pissarro, for example. But, like, I think Kai Bot was formally trained. He's not, and don't get me wrong, he wasn't recognized as being a part of the official Impressionist movement, but I think I frankly think it's, like, ridiculous that he's not, like, that he wouldn't be considered an Impressionist with clearly how he painted. And I'll say that, Super Rojas, that was a painting for him and not for somebody else. That's how he started painting a lot in his middle age to later in life. That's how he painted. What about Obi-Wan Kenobi? Not an Impressionist. And Super Rojas, can you see how that's also realism? Do you see how that's realism as well? What do you mean on some Picasso shit? Right. Well, it's like, once again, it's acknowledging the constraints of nature. That's really the main thing of, like, being considered a realist. Right? I think I saw some that he did, but, like, you know, but I you know, he was cubist. He might have done some realism stuff in school or something. I don't know. I know very little about Picasso outside of some of his paintings. Not a fan. Right, and Sargent wasn't a part of the realist movement, nor were the Impressionists. If that was your point, that's different. I just, like, I'm not even talking about the specific movements, because, yeah, like, you know, like, the University of Chicago has a ton, has like several Sargent paintings, and they don't put them in the Impressionism wing. They put all the, you know, they more dictated by the movements themselves. So if that's your point, then yeah, we're in agreement. Well, then, Sean, then, yeah, that's fine. Like, all right, that wasn't clear to me based on how we were arguing. Or discussing, I'll say. That wasn't clear to me. I thought you were arguing that John Singer Sargent wasn't, like... Because I brought up the point, the philosophy aspect of this. Okay. Then we're clear. I'm talking through the lens of philosophy, Sean, not the actual movements. You get what I'm saying? Then we're clear. Then we're in agreement. Cause yeah, like Sargent wasn't technically a part of the impression. I'll say he lightly touched the Impressionism movement, but he wasn't in any of their, like, you know, exhibitions or anything. I think the paintings he's most well known for do, but everything else I highly disagree with. Especially when he was painting for himself. Yeah, Madame X is great. And I think that's more of his, like, adherence to classical realism the most. But look at his, like, you know, he has several portraits that are very, like, not academic realism. He has larger pieces. He has, like, tons of watercolors. And a lot of stuff he did later in life that just are impressionistic philosophy to the T. Yeah, no, Sean, this is why I admire him so much, because he, in my opinion, he was like, he's in the discussion of the most skilled oil painter, most skilled painter I have seen, because he demonstrated all the proficiency in painting skills that I think that they're like really are to achieve. He did. He definitely did. Like, he chose all the clothing. I don't know if he chose Madame X clothing, but like a lot of those big satiny dresses, he chose for those paintings. He just understood. He understood it. He understood what, like, visual effects were important. So much glare. Oh, I know. Sean, I enjoy our little talks, bud. Yeah, he's my number one, Super Rojas. He's my number one. He, like, him and Zorn, I think, understood it the most. I will say, though, Sean, there is an argument that Sargent was a part of the French Impressionism movement, as he was there at the times, and he just didn't, he didn't exhibit with them. But I do think if he was born in France, because I don't think Manet exhibited with the in any of the Impressionist exhibitions. He might have. His brother did, but I don't know if Edward or the main Manet did. Do you know if Manet exhibited with the Impressionists? I know he wasn't in the first one, right? Dog, those were, in my opinion, some of the best painters ever, relative to their time period. But you don't seem to be a Monet boy. But it's always impressive to be one of the first. And I like I like Lautrec. Lautrec. I like his stuff a lot. But they that's when it's starting to get away from the skill of painting. And more so about subject matter and things like that. A bit too loose for you? Sorry, Shasta. Yeah. And you are... It's okay to like something, and it's okay to have disagreements on the quality, or not even quality, the likability of something, right? Sean, what was it, last week I went to the museum, Milwaukee Museum of Art, and they have a pretty large modern wing, and I just couldn't get into any of it. I couldn't get... Keep your tomatoes to yourself, Shasta. But I couldn't get into any of them. But my sister loves it. Loves a lot of modern works. And I did watch an interesting Sean, you'd probably like this documentary, The Artist is Present, about Marina Abramovich. I watched that last night. Maybe you know about that documentary? Sorry, yes, you're sorry. It was contemporary and modern. You are correct. No. You are correct. I need to be careful about my terminology. They had contemporary and modern stuff. And I conflated the two, which I regularly do, and I should be better at. You are correct. Call me out on my shit. Does modern go back that far? I thought modern was like 1880s is when the modern, like, starting with, like... Is that just wrong? Like, who was modern in the mid-1800s? Okay. Maybe I'll look into that. I wonder how many subs. Super Rojas, you subbed to me on YouTube today, right? I'm not sure, Omizu. I'm very naive on this subject. Yep, okay. Thank you for that, by the way. Okay, you're the only one. You're the only one today, but thank you for subbing. Now you just need to, you're stuck here for the rest of your life, and you need to get all your friends and family and their relatives to subscribe and watch every stream, okay? Thank you. When was Rothko? I know the name. I have no like I'm pretty positive he's in the 1900s. What movement is Warhol considered to be a part of? Postmodernism? 1970 he died? Okay. A pop artist? Interesting. Modern and contemporary? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a big fan. But if you want a good show, though, I will say something related to Basquiat. There's a show, what was it, Painting with Dave or something like that on HBO, which was a guy who like literally lived with Basquiat, and he was a band member, but he was kind of a part of like art movements. Had a pretty interesting show. He's a watercolor painter now. I think it's Painting with Dave. But I watched the first season of it, and it's worth your time. Oh, definitely, Sean. Definitely. Well, because Warhol was he was like one of the pioneers of marketing art, right? And marketing an image versus like, I guess the art itself, right? Yeah, I'm not a Warhol boy whatsoever. All right. Are we at a good... I'm not going to finish this today. I think there's still enough I need to do on this. But I think we might be at a good point to call it.
Boo this man!
Don't you boo me. I've been going for 5 hours. I would have liked to have finished this today, though. I just don't want to sit here for another 3 hours, I think. And I need to figure out, well, I want the stream to be better, because right now it's telling me I have 0 viewers on YouTube. Weak. Hey, if I was playing an awesome video game, I could last longer. But I don't want to put out more paint, and I also want to I want to make sure I have enough. I want to like keep my eyes on this and stuff like that, so. Oh, you know who's another pretty interesting American painter? I think it was Turnbull, Sean. I might be Richards. I wouldn't be surprised. But there's also Am I hallucinating everybody on YouTube maybe? Maybe I'm not even streaming to YouTube. Maybe this is like a Jacob's Ladder scenario, huh? Maybe this is like a Jacob's Ladder scenario.
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Oh my god, hooray! Am I hallucinating this raid? I've never heard of them, Sean. Oh my god! Nix, I better see some links from you or I'm burning this place to the ground. Has it? Oh my god, Yambari. Okay, good. Alright. I just need to see those links or I'm gonna burn this place to the ground. Alright?
Prank him, John.
I'm lighting the Molotov right now as we speak. It's getting lit. Lighting. It's happening. Sean, are you and Super Rojas and Omizu real? I'm not just talking to air right now, correct? Use very little light today. Nix, how was your stream? I hope it went well. What were you working on today? All right, good. Okay. All right. All right. They're claiming to be real, Twitch side. YouTube people are claiming to be real. All right, good. It's fine. All right, I won't burn down this place yet. Ooh, well done. Are these for your tarot cards you've been working on? Well done. Are those for the tarots? Oh, that's awesome. Really cool. Well done. You're welcome. Thank you for the raid. If you want to post like your website, or I think you have a website, or Instagram, whatever, feel free, or else. There you go. Everyone go check out Nick's on Instagram. I've been following him for at least 47 years. You should too. Matt Bowling learn he's live and paints. Interesting. I love that guy who tries and sells those heavy-bodied acrylics and uses piping bags to make crappy paintings with. That's my favorite artist, Sean. Do you like tarot, Richards? Well, Richards, when we go ghost hunting, we could do tarot as well there. When I go to Savannah, Georgia, and try and stay in one of the super haunted places. All right, we're going to call it there. Oh, wait, I should keep a brush out. Because I'm going to paint some backgrounds with my excess paint. Thank you so much, Nix. Nice seeing you again. Hope you've been well. It is not completed. It is not completed. We're gonna do one more session on this. I want to get this more in order.
Boo this man!
Don't you boo me. We're not leaving yet. We're doing something.
Shame!
Don't shame me. All right, we're going to create a color to paint a background for future still lives. For future still lives. So we're gonna mix all this up and see what we have left. And then figure out if we want to bring this to another direction. Thank you, Drew. We aim to try here.
And doing cocaine all day!
Richards, you need help. You need help, Richards. I thought of this the other day because I did it last stream for my future still life, and I realized I could just paint a bunch of different colored backgrounds with this paint. I do have to use canvases, but they're not super expensive. They're like $1 a piece. So like for $2, I can have all these different colored backgrounds for still lifes or foreground colors. And I thought that's a cool idea. So we're leaning brown. We have a blue one. We have like a denim color. We probably want... We'll use a lot of lead. And we'll use our yellow. I wouldn't mind like a beigey color. My palette looks a lot more red to you than it does to me, which is interesting. Bring a little titanium too. Maybe we'll do a little bit more green. Well, we don't have yellow, so I guess that's just blue. But I want to be careful with the blue. And we need to try and have enough paint for 2. But it's okay if we have some variation in there. So look at that, Amanda. Saving paint now. I'm even saving paint for practical uses. I realize when you change the mask colors, well, I need to stop looking at your photo a minute. Well, I changed the photo too, Omizu. Or did I not change it on the vertical? Thought I did. Nick is dead. I finally killed him, but I got all of his curses. My name is Clarence. Oh my god! That was a joke. Gotcha.
Fucker.
Yeah, remember we talked about it? You're a fucker. Okay. All right. All right. Listen, I'm doing arts. This is now the arts and crafts portion of the stream. So what I'm doing, everybody, is on 2 of these canvas sheets, I'm going to paint that color on them to use as backgrounds for still lifes. Don't you crickets me. Stop it! Alright? Because then I could clip these to the background or on the foreground so I can have specific colors.
Boo this man! Boo this man!
Stop it. Stop it. Well, it needs to be. It seems more red to. I don't know why it looks so much more red to you. That I gotta change this. No, it's more desaturated than that. I don't know why this. Let me try and show you what it actually looks like. Let's go with defaults. No. That is interesting how... I can't... It's just not showing it well. It's not as red as that. Interesting. Not as red as that. No, my camera... The cameras shift a lot. I have never lied. I have never told a lie in my life. Not once. Hi, NECA. How are you doing? How are you? Oh, ads. Ads just ended. Yeah, I mean, I noticed it a while ago, and it's really tough to get good color accuracy when you're streaming. But it was just kind of shocking how much more red that looked to you. And for backgrounds, you generally want to stay fairly neutral. You don't want a big saturated background in general. Shut up, Yamari. You weren't you weren't supposed to know that. But everybody go buy badly made paints, okay? As we all know, the stream is focusing on wiener maxing, and you can do that through the use of badly made paints, okay? This is a wiener maxing stream now, everybody. Okay, this is not about painting. It's about wiener maxing. All right. We're done with painting. It's wiener. We're on to wiener maxing. Oh my fucking god, my shoulder. Ooh! Don't reach back when your shoulder's tight. Oh my god. How am I gonna do this? Wiener maxing, Richards? Wiener maxing is the new thing. Oh, yeah. No, I have a, I don't know. I have some type of shoulder injury that I've been dealing with shoulder tightness for a while. My elbow is recovered, but my right shoulder and I think it's actually caused by sleeping, how I sleep. But it gets really tight. I think there's probably like maybe like a cartilage issue or something. But I think painting aggravates it a little bit. But I don't feel it when I paint, but like when I do specific movements, obviously. Yeah, I am a terrible sleeper. I have a lot of sleeping issues. I go through periods of times where I can't fall asleep. I have never been good with it. I wish I didn't have to sleep, personally. I really wish we didn't have to sleep. But all of you can do this with your extra paint. Not as a ground, Sean. This is for backgrounds for still lifes. This is for backgrounds and still lifes. I did some at the end of last stream with blue. And then I realized I could just I could do this for just generic backgrounds. So I don't always have to use black. And all right, there we go. We got now 2 backgrounds, everybody. Or basically 1 for a larger still life. Background, everybody, exactly. Problem is, because I'm mixing so much shit with them, there's a lot of oleo gel in this, so they actually take a little bit to dry. This one had a little bit more lead in it than my previous one, but yeah, so I can't pick up the other ones. I'll show you next stream. But the blue ones are like tacky right now. And I don't want to discolor them, but I have like desaturated blue ones right now. And these, but I'll do more. I'm probably gonna have like I want to have like, you know, I don't know, dozens of variations eventually. But it's also a way I can use up some of this excess paint, right? Yeah, I know, yeah, I guess I'm making a distinction that it's not technically, like, I think of grounds as a preparatory, like, primer layer, right? But I understand it's like, you know, it's also, I could use it to theoretically stain a future canvas, too. Like, and that's something that maybe I do. Maybe I start staining my canvases with leftover paint. Or maybe we start, maybe we do one as an experiment, because I haven't started from a stained canvas in a long time. It's been a long time, actually. Granted, I don't want to do that every time. But, you know, it kind of goes with the deal is like, I think with doing a lot of still lifes, you have to kind of like make your own shit and be resourceful, right? But this makes a lot more sense of painting like a bunch of different boards that color. Instead, I could just paint sheets that I can clamp onto boards. Saves me space. I'd say money. Durability. And I have much, like, you know, good control of the colors. Okay. All right. Now what you're all, I know why you're all here, okay? Super Rojas, I know why you're still here. NECA, I know that this is why you just showed up. Amanda, I know it's why you're still here. It's why you're all here. Time to wipe the D. Live and uncensored. They are, Sean. Yep, time to wipe the D, live and uncensored. Sponsored by Twitch. Twitch endorses this. Twitch endorses this. You have to watch this. Oh my god. Oh. I'm filthy. This is just... You all disgust me right now. I can't believe you are watching this. Gross. Puh. Puh. Oh, it burns a little. Oh my god. You're all filthy degenerates. You all should be on lists. This is just horrifying. All of you on lists. Okay. You are Pickles. Alright, D has been wiped. D has been wiped. Alright, let's find somebody to raid. Thank you all for joining me today. I wish I could say I had a good time. You know I didn't. Hopefully I'll figure out some more of the YouTube issues in the future. Next stream will be on Friday. Don't you boo me. Next stream Friday. Attendance mandatory. Attendance is mandatory. All right, we're gonna raid. We're gonna do a little bit of an interesting one. We're gonna raid Moo Hoodles. Moo Hoodles. All right, they're doing astrobiology and space news. All right. Wipe and raid. No! Gots to, NECA. I'm sorry. You need to show up earlier, NECA. You need to show up earlier. All right, I've been on for 5.5 hours. But I always appreciate your company, NECA. I always appreciate your company. All right, so we only got one more session left in this. We got these done today. Next stream will be on Friday, where we finish the Stephen Miller and the St. James Trio. And yeah, thank you very much, everybody. Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. And thank you, everybody. All right. Yeah, Bree, thanks for hanging out. Amanda, thank you for the camera again. Sean, nice talking. And Super Rojas, Omizu, nice talking with you on the YouTube side. Richard, Snecka, Todd, Pickles, Maddie. Have a good one. Silver Grains, thank you for the raid earlier. Nix, thank you for the raid too, if you're still here. We'll do, Amanda. Thank you. All right, bye.